So, attacking Kerberos. Learn how to use the Kerberos ticket granting service inside of a Windows domain controller. Initial enumeration using tools like Kerberos and Rubius. Curb roasting. ASRIP roasting with Rubius and Impact. Gold and silver ticket attacks. Pasta tickets. Skeleton key attacks using Mimikatz. This room will be related to real-world application and will most likely not help you with CTFs. However, it will give you a great starting knowledge on how to escalate your privileges to a domain admin by attacking Kerberos and allow you to take over and control a network. It is recommended to have knowledge of general post-exploitation, Active Directory basics, and Windows command line to be successful with this room. And this not really for CTF, but I think it was probably more true 1,886 days ago. So this is from the cyber defense path that actually doesn't exist anymore since April. But I want to finish it. So what is Kerberos? Kerberos is a default authentication service for Microsoft Windows domains. It is intended to be more secure than NTLM by using third-party ticket authentication, as well as stronger encryption. Even though NTLM is a lot more attack vectors to choose from, Kerberos still has a handful of underlying vulnerabilities, just like NTLM, that we can use to our advantage. And now we have the wire list. I might make my own explanations later in the notes, but we copied this list for now. Common terminology, ticket granting ticket, TGT. A ticket granting ticket is an authentication ticket used to request service tickets from TGS for specific resources from the domain, and all the abbreviations there will be explained. Key distribution center. The key distribution center is a service for issuing TGTs and service tickets that consist of the authentication service and ticket granting service. And the authentication service, ES, issues TGTs to be used by the TDS, so the ticket granting service, in the domain to request access to other machines and service tickets. Ticket granting service takes a TGT and returns a ticket to the machine on the domain. Service principal name, SPN, is an identifier given to a service instance to associate a service instance with the domain service account. Windows requires that services have a domain service account, which is why a service needs SPN set. KDC, long-term secret key. And KDC here, key distribution center. So key distribution center, long-term secret key. The key is based on the Kerberos TDT service account. It is used to encrypt the TDT and sign the PAC. And PAC here is PAC privilege attribute certificate. Client long-term service. Client long-term secret key. Now, the secret key is based on the computer or service account. It is used to check the encrypted timestamp and encrypt the session key. Service long-term secret key. The service key is based on the service account. It is used to encrypt the service portion of the service ticket and assign the PAC. And if this just sounds like a mess, it's because it is. And hopefully we will get all the things untangled during the rest of this. Or I have other notes. Session key. Issued by the KDC when a TDT is issued. The user will provide a session key to the KDC along with a TDT when requesting a service ticket. Privilege attribute certificate PAC. The PAC holds all of the user's relevant information. It is sent along with the TDT to the KDC to be signed by the target LT key and the KDC LT key in order to validate the user. SRAC with pre-authentication in detail. The SRAC step in Kerberos authentication starts when a user requests a TDT from the KDC. So the really TDT is ticket. You can kind of hear that, right? But it's a ticket that grants you use to grant other tickets, and KDC is just what does this thing, right? In order to validate the user and create a TDT for the user, the KDC must follow these exact steps. The first step is for the user to encrypt the timestamp anti-hash and send it to the AS. And let's check here. AS, the authentication service. I wish they would have just written everything out, right? Send it to the authentication service. The KDC attempts to decrypt the timestamp using the anti-hash from the user. If successful, the KDC will issue a TDT as well as a session key for the user. Ticket granting ticket contents. So this is what one of these tickets look like. I just realized I didn't have that one open. So in order to understand how the service ticket gets created and validated, we need to start with where the tickets come from. The TDT is provided by the user to the KDC. In return, the KDC validates the TDT and returns the service ticket. So it is encrypted using the KDC LT key. So this was the KDC long-term secret key, meaning it's based on the Kerberos TDT service account. Did I read all? I usually never have a problem with all these abbreviations, you know? Yeah, I was here. Start and max renew. Service name, Kerberos TDT, example local. Target name, client name, flags, and session key. Attribute, privilege attribute certificate with username, example, and SID here. And it's signed with the service and KDC LT key. And go up here again. The KDC long-term secret key is based on Kerberos TDT. And the service one, service long-term secret key, is based on the service account. So different accounts for different services. Service ticket contents. To understand how Kerberos authentication works, you first need to understand that these tickets contain and how they're validated. The service ticket contains two portions, the service provided portion and the user provided portion. So we have the user portion here and the service portion here. I'll break it down into what each portion contains. So the service portion here is user details. Here it says username and SID and stuff. Session key. Encrypts the ticket with a service account and TLN hash. User portion, validity timestamp, session key, encrypts with TDT session key. Here. So now we actually get to something that is more readable, I think. So first, the user requests a TDT. Then they get back, or the domain controller responds with the TDT. And it said it would sign it then, right? And session key. And then it requests a ticket and authorization for something specific then. And it responds with the ticket and the session key. And then it requests the service and authentication, and the resource server sends a server authentication. And now it's all in text too. The client requests authentication ticket or ticket granting ticket here. The key distribution center verifies the client and sends back the encrypted TDT. The client sends the encrypted TDT back to the TDS with the yeah, that's not pretty. It's talking first about the key distribution center, KDC. It has it in images there, and then it sends it back to the ticket granting server. So it would have said back to the same thing, but now it sends it back to a part of the thing it mentioned before. I'm not a big fan of this room, to be honest. So I think there's probably better resources if it's hard to understand, even on TryHackMe. With the service principal name SPN of the service that the client wants to access. The key distribution center, KDC, verifies the TDT of the user and that the user has access to the service. Then sends a valid session key for the service to the client. And I'm gonna have to hop here and see. I'm quite sure I have actually already something on number boxes. Authentication, Kerberos authentication. So this is much better room. This is called Win80 Basics, and it has an explanation of Kerberos authentication here with much more detail in images and text. And it's just copied into my notes here, mostly. That's why I have this link at the top. This is where this is from, right? So most of my notes, I thought this was good enough just to borrow, right? So let's actually open this room. Let's read its contents too. Authentication methods. Here it's just one of the methods. It also goes through NTLM. So I think I might have cut down on the text in mine. But you can just go to this. Let's see, is this a... it's in the bottom. So it is 800 days newer. So it's not hard to imagine that they had more resources. This is also a free room. So recommend this one for the basic Kerberos stuff. Sending to you too there. So I'm gonna close it for now. And let's focus on this room, but that data is both in my notes and as a free room there. This is such a tiny text. The client requests a service and sends a valid session key to prove the user has access. 6. The service grants access. So, yeah. So instead, they could have written here also on the arrow what it said here. The service grants access. Or it doesn't, I guess, if they don't have permissions. Kerberos tickets overview. The main ticket you will receive is a ticket granting ticket, TDT. These can come in various forms, such as a .kirby for Rubius and .cccache for Impact. A ticket is typically base64 encoded and can be used for multiple attacks. And we're going practical here, right? So you don't really even have to understand all the theoretical stuff in the background as long as you know if we send this, we get this, you know? The ticket granted ticket is only used to get service ticket from the KDC. When requesting the TDT from the KDC, the user will authenticate with their credentials to the KDC and request a ticket. The server will validate the credentials, create a TDT, and encrypt it using the KRB TDT key. The encrypted TDT and a session key will be sent to the user. When a user needs to request a service ticket, they will send the TDT and the session key to the KDC, along with the service principal name, SPN of the service they wish to access. So now this is actually better than the other stuff. The KDC will validate the TDT and the session key. If they are correct, the KDC will grant the user a service ticket, which can be used to authenticate to the service. And this is what I thought sounded interesting, but then I saw that it says access required here. So just a few days ago, I did that without that on an example on a box, on box, right? Let's read it anyway. Attack privilege requirements. Kerberos enumeration. No domain access required. Pass the ticket. Access to use as a user to the domain required. Curb roasting. Access as any user required. ASREP roasting. Access to any user required. Golden ticket. Full domain compromise domain admin required. Silver ticket. Service hash required. Skeleton key. Full domain compromise domain admin required. I don't think I've heard of skeleton keys. So, as I just found the thing that I was looking for before, and it's just here, right? And this is actually just Kerberos. So Kerberos authentication process. Let's be specific. And then the other one is more like, this is Kerberos, this is just the authentication process, nothing else in this one, right? Let's actually read this one. So NTLM is old, which is funny when they select the name NT, which is new technology. Yeah, great marketing the first year, right? Users who log into service using Kerberos will be assigned tickets. Proof of various authentication. Step 1. The user sends their username and a timestamp encrypted using the key, a key derived from their password, to the KDC. So they send this. They encrypt the username and the timestamp with their password, key from the password. And they send it to the KDC, Key Distribution Center. A service usually installed on the domain controller in charge of creating Kerberos tickets on the network. So it's not as complicated as it was explained in the other one. The KDC will create and send back a ticket granting ticket, which will allow the user to request additional tickets to specific services. The need for a ticket to get more tickets may sound a bit weird, but it allows users to request service tickets without passing their credentials every time they want to connect to a service. Along with the TDT, a session key is given to the user, which they will need to generate the following request. And this was totally missing from the other one, right? So that it talked about sending the session key and back and forth, and it didn't say, so what's the story here, right? So it will be used, we get it here at the same time, and we will use it later in the same way. It's not mega complicated, and they have a little image for it here, right? That is sent and stored, and yeah. Here they have the TDS instead, which is, yeah, the specific one for a service. Should I read all of this too? My throat may say stop, you know. Let's go for it. We want all the information in there, right? Notice that TDT is encrypted using. Yeah, let's actually read this bit again. Why not? I'm not going to read all of it, but the KDC creates a ticket granting ticket that is used to ask for more tickets, specific tickets, first from services later, and that makes us not need to send our password all the time and whatever credentials. And along with the TDT, we also get the session key. So they belong together. And it is needed. It is not sent again, I guess. It is encrypted with it. We will see. Here, session key, right? Yeah. So then the key is used to encrypt the rest of the data when it's sent. So I'm going to go back and actually read the last bit. Notice that TDT is encrypted using the Kerberos TDT account's password hash. And therefore the user can't access its contents. It is essential to know that the encrypted TDT includes a copy of the session key as part of its contents. And the KDC has no need to store the session key, as it can recover a copy from the TDT. So the TDT, the session key is only saved in the client, and it will be as it is sent. Yeah. It is not saved, it is not sent again, it is sent as a part in the TDT later. So the client doesn't send the session key, it sends the TDT, which only the DC is supposed to be able to open, decrypt, unencrypt, I almost said. So next step, now we have the TDT and the session key on our client machine. When a user wants to connect to a service on the network, like a share or anything else, they will use their TDT to ask the KDC for a ticket granting service, TTS. And this is a type of ticket that allows connection only to a specific service. Yeah, and for a specific service they were created for. To request a TDS, the user will send their username and a timestamp encrypted using the session key. So the session key is what we use to encrypt stuff. Let's reread because I had to itch my nose. TDS are tickets that allow connection only to a specific service. To request a TDS, we'll send username and timestamp, encrypted using this new session key that we just got, along with the TDT. So username and timestamp again, that's what was sent before too, username and timestamp. But this time, this is encrypted using so I better find it. I think it's earlier and I'm just yeah, timestamp encrypting the key derived from their password, right? Yeah. I kind of remembered it, but I want to confirm before I say it. So this first time we encrypted with our password, which the domain controller, you know. Yeah, it has the user hash and we have the user hash, and that's what used. It's quite cute here, right? The green key. It's nice. The green key means it is encrypted with the user hash. And this is encrypted with the KRTBT hash. So this we can't decrypt. We can have it and we can send it back later. And that's what we will do. And inside of that, the session key is also, so we don't have to send that again. It's in the TDT. Yes, so again, just seeing where I was here, username and timestamp. So now it is encrypted with a session key that we got, and it is sent with the TDT to a service principal name. So let's read the whole section again. When a user wants to connect to a service or a network share website database, they will use their TDT to also KDC for TGS, the service ticket granting service. TGS is a ticket that allows connection to a specific service. To request a TGS, the user will send a username and timestamp encrypted with a session key, along with the TDT and a service principal name. So let's look at the image here. So we want to know what do we want to access here, right? So we want to, in this example, it says MS SQL. Sorry. So we want to access some SQL thingy. So without this, it would be like, I want to take it to a service. I'm not going to tell you which, right? So obviously we need where still us. And why is this sent really? Because it should know how to decrypt this and that it's not getting too old, maybe. The server owner is the user. Yeah, I think I didn't read that. As a result, the KDC will send the TDS along with, yeah, so everything looks good. Yeah, I'm sending the reply. So the TDS encrypted using a derived key from the service owner hash, meaning we want the service owner to be able to read this, right? They can't read the TDT. The service owner is the user or machine account that the service runs under. The TDS contains a copy of the service session key on its encrypted content, so that the service owner. I was thinking about other stuff. Let's do that sentence again. The TDS contains a copy. I was thinking about. I'll do this with the YouTube video. Sorry, guys. The TDS contains a copy of the service session key on its encrypted contents, so that the service owner can access it. Yeah, like I said. So the reason we can't send the TDT to the MS SQL server is because it doesn't have the KRB TDT hash, so it can't decrypt it, right? So it doesn't know if it's good or not. Only the domain controller can use the service accounts hash to encrypt this computer or user or whatever machine account user. So everything is clear now, right? It is not complicated anymore. And if it is, tell me. So then we have the little TGS now, and SVC session key is not the same as this, right? This is still the session. So the client knows that this is sent from the right place, I guess. So we don't just get the random thing. Maybe. The TDS can then be sent to the desired service to authenticate and establish a connection. The service will use its configured account's password hash to decrypt the TDS and validate the service session key. So it's configured account's password hash. So meaning whatever it was encrypted with there from the start by the DC who has them all. And that's why only this can read it, and it can't be used anywhere else. Now it fits like puzzle pieces instead of the mess that we had. Yeah, maybe I should just remove the other notes, because this is just really a word list, though, in case you'd want a specific thing. NTLM is simpler. We don't have to do that now, because the room we're actually doing, where I wanted to add just this simple explanation instead of the, well, I guess more stupid one. So this is, let's see if this gives, what we just read gives new meaning. What do you think? I'm not going to read all of it again. It's still Kerberos authentication, but let's understand their language for it, right? In order to validate, use the webs. The first steps for the user is to encrypt the timestamp anti-hash and send it to the AES. This is where it's messing up here, really, right? Because where's the image? Here. It's not being very clear. Yeah, I did scroll up a lot. Sorry. I'm not going to reread all of that. So this is what we just went through, but with it not messing up. And instead just calling it the domain controller. And not sometimes calling it the KDC and sometimes the TDS. And it's still apparent what does what, right? So let's start here. Kerberos ticket overview. The main ticket you will receive is a TDT. These can come in various formats. Yeah, so when we run these programs and actually do practical things, we will get a .kirby file if we use Rubius, a .cc cache for impact. And it's typically base64 encoded. And we can use it for attacks afterwards. Use the ticket, that's the point of it. The ticket granting ticket is only used to get service tickets. And now we understand why, right? We're requesting a TTT from the KDC. From the DC, we can say. The user will authenticate with their credentials to the DC to request the ticket. The server will validate the credentials, create the ticket, and decrypt it using the KRTB TDT. So that is why the service account on the SQL server can't read it because it doesn't have the Kerberos TDT key. The encrypted TDT and the session key will be sent to the user. And we have seen it in pretty images. When the user needs to request a service ticket, they will send a TDT. So now we're on the service use. Along with the principal name, so we know what the nurse we want to connect to. Which account should it encrypt it with, right? The KDC will validate the TDT and session key. Is that correct? The KDC will grant the use of the service ticket, which will be used to authenticate with the corresponding service, which can then read it because it's used its hash or key. And I guess it is actually the hashes. I don't think there's anything else uniquely specific. Maybe it does something with it too, to make it a key. I don't know the details. That would be nice to know. I want to know all the details, right? So we can understand the big picture better. And I already read this, so I'm gonna skip it this time. And since I already answered these before, let's just read them. What is TDT? Ticket granting ticket. SPN, service principal name. And that will be, we actually used this yesterday, right? What does PAC stand for? Privileged Attribute Certificate. What two services make up the KDC? The AS and the TGS. They really want the shorts, right? And I keep scrolling up here. Authentication service and ticket granting service. They're just part of the key distribution center in the DC. I think they're taking a bit too many details there because we don't need to know all the insides of the domain controller in that way. That it makes it actually harder to understand what's happening. You can take the details afterwards. And if they had explained this with just the DC and said, in the DC, this is done by this and this is done by that, that would have been better, more pedagogical. So, overview then details, not details dump. Yeah, I have to go back up. Details dump, then trying to explain more details, then go into the overview. That's not how you teach. Sorry. It's old Rome. It's old Rome. It probably was no good explanations out there at this time, I guess. It was 1,800 days ago. Kerberos is a popular enumeration tool used to brute force and enumerate valid Active Directory users by abusing the Kerberos pre-authentication. For more information on enumeration using Kerberos, check out the Active Directory rule. Yeah, so we used this as an example before too. Let's hop there just to look. So this, I thought at first it was a guide, but it was not. And I think it is better done as a just box. But they do give some first how to connect using the VPN. Yeah, special stuff for the network, and it's also installing Blood on Neo4j, which are pre-installed now in Kali too. So this is also old. And we're supposed to answer their words in here, and stuff is like missing a bit. But it is good. It's good. It's just a bit old. So here we have the abusing Kerberos, and they say only that, and then they want you to answer questions. And yeah, they also mention get NP users as for roasting. Back to basics. Enumeration. And yeah, I don't. It was too long ago for me to remember all the details. I thought there were more information, or I wouldn't have hopped there. But oh, enumeration using Kerberos. Yeah. So Kerberos is an ancient tool that has not been updated for a long time, but it is still very quick. And no updates in this case means it just works. So I guess they didn't need to update it. It still looks like, oh, you go to the GitHub, should I download this? It's old. But I guess we're gonna use it now. And it should be installed on this machine. It's not in Kali because it's old. Right. Let's see. We don't have it in Kali. We have to. I guess we use my little findy thingy. I think it is just in tools. Yeah, tools covered. Yeah, it's only there once. So CD tools. We can just type it. Should we make a directory for this one? We'll probably get files, so let's do that. So attacking. So I didn't do that last time. We ended up with 2 directories. Oopsie. So I think there's, but it might have been on the other VM. Yeah, it was on my not yet broken. Oh, I have to fix that computer. Oh, hardware issues. Let's continue. CD tab. Oopsie. 2 enter. So here's our little place to be. And home. There it is. That's an example. This one I'm administrator. Because I didn't realize we actually had an account, so I was looking for accounts. And we found all the accounts with that, I think. No, this was for when we got the accounts. I found accounts, and then I tried to find a password for one of them, and I didn't. I didn't know we had creds. You should read the description of the box. Now I'm trying to not read anything to not get anything spoiled, and then so we're not going to use that exact, but we want the path there. So let's just do that. Let's hop back and read the text first before we get started with the practical stuff. I'm just gonna check if I can add an hour here, right? Yeah. Time flies, especially when you read many things. So by the way, here we can see when this room was created. 2020 May. That's when it was created, because it always writes this when the day you run this. It's what it's showing here. It's not showing when it was created, this version, so it's kind of cheating you a bit. That's how I feel about it, but it's good. You need to add the DNS domain along with the machine IP to its host, so we already did. Yeah, we added all the names. We're using a pre-authentication overview. So I'm kind of thinking it is time to make maybe specific notes on it. We'll see. This will. I might have already. Yeah, I already have examples in my Kerberos notes, but not an attack specific one. So to show you what I'm talking about, here I have tools, right? And here I have attacks, like examples with tools. Maybe there's several steps or something, you know? So if it's just one command, you can just know example under a Kerberos here. So examples for its different functionalities and the help. So by brute forcing Kerberos pre-authentication, you may not trigger the account failed to log on event, which can throw up red flags to blue teams. When brute forcing through Kerberos, you can brute force by only sending a single UDP frame to the KDC, allowing you to emulate the user on the domain from a word list, so enumerate. So you don't fail to log on then, and you don't. It might not be like generating events there. But I'm assuming now they have workaround for that. Kerberos installation. It is already installed. You just download the files. It's just one executable, simple. Shemodit, of course. Rename it because you don't want to keep typing Kerberos Linux AMD64. Yeah, it's under name there. Enumerating user with Kerberos. Enumerating user allows you to know which user accounts are on the target domain and which account could potentially be used to attack the network. CD into the directory that where you put. Yeah, we didn't. We want to have it where we want to put files. Download the word list to enumerate it with here. Okay, so it is a specific word list for this room. GitHub word list blob master user txt. So let's check that list. So as when we get the list, we don't want to use anything else because it will waste our time, right? And this is why I want to have a directory. So now we can just let's Control C that and nano users. Yeah, usernames. I like usernames. So it's hard to see which of usernames and users would be the best for a random list, which might not actually be the users. But I'm thinking usernames and then users. These are confirmed users, right? We'll see. if this is how I thought before. If we used Herbert before, we can also check history for Herbert, and I might not have much in this new machine. So user enum, that will be what they use, right? Yeah. So here we have a long name list, which we're not going to use. We're going to do usernames. And yeah, this is where I did it for administrator HTTP because I missed that it had. This is controller local. And I'm using on purpose lowercase, though it said uppercase, to see if it fails. And IP address. I didn't read the IP address, did I? That's not what I meant to do with my scroll. Let's just put notes up and IP again. So I even got a little space there. We're going to user enum, the domain controller, domain name, and the text file where we have the names, and our tool is in tools. Maybe I should put this in my path so I can just use them, but most of the tools there are for uploading to other machines. So it found several valid usernames, and all of these were lowercase. If you use another list, it might be lower, uppercase, several hits for the same name. So we have here a Kerbert user enum to put in our notes for this box, right? So I'm going to add here new note to Kerbert, and then I just paste the result. And then we can grab this information here. Let's see what the room wants us to do, if it gives us a nice pretty way to pick up the names or if it doesn't. How many users do we enumerate? So let's look. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Does it mean machines? Because these are called machine, but they're still users. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It also said 10 valid right here, so we can just see that. We also see 2 digits here. What is the SQL server? Oh, audio too. It is called SQL service. Oh my god. How do I make it stop? What is the second machine account name? Machine 2. It doesn't have to be, but I'm assuming that's what they meant. The third, actually, I would say machine 1, because, or I would say, yeah, machine 1, because the first one was the domain controller. What's the third user account name? User 3, yeah, so. It must be a built-in account, right? I can't do this. So is there anything else we want to do with this? So if this wasn't something I already had notes on, I would add it to my Kerberos notes. And now I have this exact line almost there, though I have like put no IP, and we have an example from Spokesick local there. I guess it's box name Spokesick or something. And we can replace these examples with successes. We'll probably get them here, right? So we can get better examples out of this room because it has all the vulnerabilities. This was just me trying to get examples, though there was actually nothing there. And here I created, yeah. We'll see what fun things we get from this. Oh, so sorry. I'm not gonna make someone fall asleep tomorrow. So, harvesting and brute forcing tickets with Rubius. To start this task, you will need to RDP or SSH into the machine. Your credentials are administrator, password, domain. So, they even give us this again. So we're going to RDP. Let's open a new tab. And password is pass. No. That was overdoing it. I could have copied it. Administrator. I'm not sure if I wrote everything correct now because it was like that. 10, 10. 182.49. And I don't think we're allowed to say the domain as it's a domain controller. And we're the administrator. So let's look here. It's a bit slow. No, it was the window. Rubius is a powerful tool for attacking Kerberos. Rubius is an adaptation of the Cacao tool and developed by Harmjoy. It's a very well-known active directory guru. Okay. Rubius has a wide variety of attacks and features that allow it to be a very versatile tool for attacking Kerberos. Just some of the many tools and attacks include the overpass slash, ticket requests and renewals, ticket management, ticket extraction, harvesting, process ticket, asset roasting, and carb roasting. Okay. So, is the next one like packet or? There it is. So, let's continue. To start this task, you will need to RDP or SSH to the machine. And we have. Rubius is a powerful tool for attacking Kerberos. And I read all of this. The tool has way too many attacks and features for me to cover them all. So I'll be covering only the ones I think are most crucial to understand how to attack Kerberos. However, I encourage you to research and learn more about Rubius and this whole host of attacks and features here. So, yeah, it's already there on the target machine, it says. So, I'm sure I have this in my notes, on my hopefully existing Rubius notes. It might not be in the 80 stuff, as it's quite new. I didn't add it until recently, and I was like in a mess. So that means I'm gonna search using the web page because it's quicker. It's like it's failing. I didn't write rules. It's going rules. Oh, we're doing try. Just to make sure I'm not misspelling it. I've never seen this fail like this. Yeah, it's searching for rules. That's the first one. First ever. It fails the search. That's why I prefer to alright. Let's try this on this here. That's what I did yesterday. Let's see now if this works. Or I'll switch to that one. After 6 hours streaming yesterday, my ear got tired. But I kinda do prefer to have it in that one, so I'm gonna fix that. Let's just mute quickly. There. So yeah, this is the new RSS feed we found there. Let's move this one a bit. We're going to search in here instead, because I know I have it. Yeah, it's in here, one of the things. But I don't have a specific note for it, because I didn't start with the 81s until quite recently. So let's make it here. Make a specific notes. So no, I just selected it and didn't actually copy. It's Yeah, my copy problem. I might have more things trying to. So this works, right? No, look, that's funny. So we got 2 actions from pressing F1, F2, F1. So it's when I press F1, this pops. Interesting. Let's open some of these. This is just using Rubius and whatever. That's the new one we made, and then we have this. So we don't need that one up 2 lines, and this is alright. Yeah, the links, suggested links. So this is only siphons stuff. Now I want to know when this is file from. Over a year ago. So let's close that one too. There wasn't any specifics. Now from here we possibly could take some examples. No. Oh. Okay, so I didn't make an example for that, and that's why I've left a hole in here. Let's just close that one too and go for free from scratch on this one. So we're gonna want the help, and we're gonna paste it here as the first thing, and slow. So I'm gonna close that for now. Yeah, I thought there was the questions, but there's more texts. First, then tickets with Rubius. Yeah, we'll be the administrator now. And this is why box notes is not totally suitable for this one, because now let's do that so it's fresh. Rubius examples. Oh gosh, I could have done SSH, and I did RDP. Why didn't I read it first, right? I'm not gonna go GUI on stuff if I don't have to. Yeah, let's just close it. I was thinking maybe the next one we need to. Oh, let's open a new tab. IP. So I was gonna paste it, right? And then that's when I realized there's SSH on the machine too. So first of all, this is making the whole thing go broken. There. Yeah, I just wrote the rest, so I just need that. Paste, and then let's copy the password because we don't have time to see it, especially not when I can see it. So better. So let's see what it says. Download. Administrator downloads reviews.exe. Okay. I'm thinking what to prettier in the screenshots. We don't have to keep it all. So CD desktop. I wasn't sure what the odd prompt. Now I know. We're in CMD. Okay. Oh. So why? Everybody always puts stuff in the desktop. Okay, so we have mimikins too. So Rubius. Let's just get that bit. Do we also have the bug back? No, I can still get to the top of the page. So oh. Oh. I was in the right place, but I wasn't. So that's a long one. It's totally rolled around there. This might be easier to read, might be worth doing this in a few places. Yeah, it becomes more readable. So as this is in my notes forever now, this is worth it. Fakey display. No. So I don't think I should be a little tired yet. It's too early, but actually I'm a little tired. There. So now we can read this better. Ask TGT. Retrieve TGT based on user password hash. Saving a file or applying. Lost login session. Retrieve TGT based on user password. So I still ask TGT here. Password hash. Okay, so this bit is the same. Then optionally saving the file. Start a net-only process. Create only CMD. Okay, so it's not just one command per line. Retrieve a service ticket for one or more SPNs, optionally saving or applying the ticket. Reviews on TGT. Renew. So ask TGT, 3 different examples, ways to use it rather, and then we have renew, applying the ticket, saving it, or auto renewing a ticket. Brute, perform a Kerberos based password brute force attack. And this is ticket request and renewals. The next section, constraint delegation abuse. Perform S4U, constraint delegation abuse. I think it wasn't long since I did that. But not with a yes, was it? This will be interesting. Ticket management, PTT, submit the ticket. Purge tickets from current organization, optionally targeting specific candidate. Describe ticket. Parse and describe. So here we can see the Kirby extension here. Ticket extraction and harvesting. Triage all current tickets, if elevated list for all users, optionally targeting specific fluid username or service. List all current tickets. So triage and key list, dump all current ticket data. So it's in the session. Retrieve TDT deleg, usable TDT Kirby for the current user without elevation by using Kerberos. Fake delegation. Monitor every interval sections for new TDTs. Okay. Harvest is also monitor interval. For new utilities. Oh, yeah, this is for more stuff. Also, new utilities display working cache. So it's more complete. Roasting. For roasting, versions. And versions. Yeah, all that's Kerberos. And they, SREP roaster too. Last ones. Perform SREP roasting for any users without using alternate credentials. Outputting hashed format to file. Okay. So what does this one then do? Format hashcat. MISC. And create net only. Create a hidden process with random net only threads. And reset the user password from a supplied TDT. Change password. So if we take it, we can set the password, which we can, of course. The TDT. Calculate. I'm just gonna call hash. Basics for ticket blobs can be decoded with. So we have a partial command here. So that's the help file. We read the whole darn thing because it was interesting. Well, I didn't read all the options and stuff, of course. Yeah, no, we didn't actually run any commands yet, did we? So let's run its suggested command. Rubius harvest into the 30. So this is just listening. Harvesting gathers tickets that are being transferred to the KDC and saves them for use in other. Yeah, so this is a good example for our notes. I'm not going to keep it exactly as that, but that's a base. Harvest tickets. Run on DC to the PC and save them for use. $30 seconds. Yeah, so now we're going to run this. So we already know where this is supposed to be. I'm going to type examples meanwhile. And I'm thinking maybe this is one of the boxes that don't work very well anymore. We'll see. I'm checking to see. We have 1 hour 15 minutes left, so it shouldn't be about to die or anything. Taking the time while it was waiting anyway. So okay. So now I understand interval because it sounded odd for it to just do it. Administrator controller. Yeah, it's actually quite a long list here, but it's the same thing. It's the computer and the logged in user. So we don't have anyone connecting to the CD server. Horizontal TTs every 30 seconds. So I'm aborting it because it will go forever, right? Smells like food. So let's grab a bit with the command in it. So I think I got 2 of them now. As in double. We'll see. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. So let's do there. Then we will see, but it is definitely going on forever, right? So let's pull this back. You can see examples harvest here, and if we're gonna check the help, we can go up there. So brute forcing password spraying with the RBS. I'm not on that for that. I haven't used it. I guess we should know all the tools that can do one thing, so you can be flexible. But as this is run on Windows, yeah, I guess I know a lot of people hack from Windows, not Kali. I guess I'm not the biggest Windows fan in the world. Brute forcing password spraying with RBS. But if we are on a Windows machine, now we have a tool that works there. That's how we look at it, right? What's the usefulness of this? RBS can both brute force passwords as well as password spray user account. When brute forcing passwords, you use a single user account and a word list of passwords to see which passwords work for what given user account. In password spraying, you give a single password such as password1 and spray against found user accounts in the domain and find which one might have that password. This attack will take a given Kerberos based password and spray. Spray it against found users. Yeah, so it just said that. Give a Kirby ticket. This is new, right?
Rubius can also run on Linux. Weblink.
Yeah, I think I've heard that too. But in this case, we are running it on Windows. That's what I meant. Okay, I'll go to Kelly's link on it. Yeah, so it's pre-installed. That's good. We don't have to mess with stuff. The thing in this case is that we used it to listen. Oh, sorry. Uh, we used it here to listen to harvest from the domain controller using the administrator command. So this felt like a very odd task, odd thing to do. It's not really. It's a very not useful example. They should have given us something else to try. So when can it use the harvest? When can it use it? Can it use it from Kali too? Yeah. So these are older runes. This one is from 1886 days ago. And its description of yeah, the description wasn't very good of Kerberos, explaining Kerberos. So I read the other one I had instead, or also. Um, let's add that to the notes, by the way. Uh, Here it is. Install. And I'm assuming we will also have exe files there then. So some other tools are sent along that way. So let's just find it. We'll find stuff if it finds it. It might not be pre-installed, but I have everything, Kali. So yeah, USR bin Rubius too. So I'm curious if there are files so you can prepared for uploading to Windows too. It keeps popping stuff up. Nothing important yet. Let's look at the next command then. Before password spring, you need to add the main controller domain name to the Windows host file. Okay, yeah, so that was all the files. It didn't have any exe or anything prepared for us. By the way, let's do .exe and see what files it has for. Yeah, quite a lot.
VR Mechatronics says.
It's lots
Do
of
you have a 3D
Windows
printer?
executable. Unfortunately, I don't. I looked at a few videos recently. I'm starting to think it's time. Because if you build something with electronics, you might want to make at least a little box for it or something. But that's not really a use, right?
Do you want?
Yeah, yeah. So I looked on videos of different types of material to use and stuff. We'll see if I can.
How big one?
I don't know, like medium, I guess, because it has to fit and it can't be too expensive, and also you kind of want to make stuff that are bigger than nothing. That's approximate. So we can see here we have like sharp pound and stuff. It's in Kali uh, already, ready to mimikatz. Lots of executables here, but it didn't have Rubius exe that I found at least. And this is quite fresh installed. It's just 2 weeks or something, so it's not mine. It's not my files. Quite much more than I expected, really. And these
I
are
consider
what
this
I
one
added,
web
the
link.
boxes. One user account, several password versus the opposite. Just one password for all accounts so we don't get blocked accounts and stuff. This attack will take a given Kerberos-based password, spray it against all users found. And this is the bit that I was like, this is interesting. Give a Kirby ticket. So it will not just do that, it will give us a ticket too.
VR me
Uh, you can add the IP and the meaning to the host file from the machine by using the echo command. Brute password, no ticket. The tickets are TDT that can be used or to get service tickets from the KDC, as well as to be used in attacks like the deposit ticket attack. But if we have the password and the username, why would we care to make a ticket? That's what I'm thinking. And also I think the network traffic from that would be less normal. Would it? No, it will be normal. Before passing, because everybody gets TDTs, right? Before passing password spraying, you do a domain controller domain name and the Windows host file. Yeah. Because we're running this from Windows as the administrator account. You can add the IP and domain name to the host file from the machine by using the echo command. Oh, that's what I read. Oh my god. Yeah. I might actually do that because this is not my machine, it's a VM. I want to have order in my host file, but I don't care about this one. By the way, we should have like 3 minutes left here. 33. That was funny. So, let's hop back to the say here. And let's just paste a line. And yeah, it even filled in the right IP for us, so we don't have to do anything. And Rubia's brute password. Just copying this one. This will take the given password and spray it against all found users. But we have not found any users. So it will do something in the background that we don't know about because it's not telling. So let's actually look at the help. But let's run it and see if it works first. So let's just list files here. It didn't create any files here. We did say no ticket here, right? Too. So let's run the same command without the no ticket. And then we don't get the output but a file instead. Save TDT to machine 1 curve. So machine 1 password 1. And my brain does ls and I stop it and do dir instead. So if we type machine 1 dot Kirby, is this text or binary? Binary. I thought so. Just wanted to check, as the output before was text here. Yeah, this is basics to forward. Yeah. And there was also like an unpack one. Uh, so which domain admin do we have? Uh, Administrator. Which domain controller? Okay. So machine 1. Oh, okay. When harvesting tickets. Okay. Well, let's check the output. I don't remember what it was called. Which domain controller do we get a ticket from? Controller 1. Why did they add sound? And how do I get rid of it? That's a serious problem. I don't want it to be audible. Good. And easy to find. Brute is not clear to me because we don't say users. Where is it getting the user from? It is running on the domain controller as the domain administrator. So I'm assuming this is not a standard case, that it just, oh yeah, I already know all the password hashes, so it doesn't matter. You know, that's not why we're doing this. They pretending we don't know anything, right?
Spray icons all found users.
Yeah, exactly. And we didn't look for any users. We found these with harvest here. But those tickets we already have, right? So we don't need to get these tickets again. We already have those. And also this is even more odd to run from the domain controller. And how would it work if it's not from the domain controller? I mean, it's not a logical example. It's off. I don't know why. Maybe it's just because it's an old room and maybe it just existed for Windows back then, and that's why. Um, I guess I put this in my examples too. I just don't think it's a good example. So I'm just copying the text here, and we're gonna paste it as an example in Ruby's here. Examples, harvest. Brute. So, oh, I didn't mean to tab that. So, if we want to, we can also do that to them. So it's easier to see. Oh yeah, it does that. I don't want it to do that. I want to see all the things when I add stuff, right? Because we're gonna make the next header here something. I don't know if I want to put it here too. Oh, let's just do it. in case I'm like, yeah, I remember that. I know it. I think it's there. Whatever. So, uh, I thought we would get more information from this one. I will have to research how to find how that works in other ways. Actually, we did have the help, right? So let's go to the help and let's check. It doesn't say much though, and we already read most. Kerberos thing. In this task, we will be covering the most popular Kerberos attacks. Kerberosing allows a user to request a service ticket for any service with a registered SPN. And yesterday we added one.
I have more links to gadgets lol.
Yeah, I get that. You have to join the Discord. Create an other than VR underscore mechatronics. You can do VR underscore mechatronics underscore if you want to. Maybe you joined and I did. I'm not in there now. But do it. And you can send lots of links. You can spam me with links. And all of us. Um, this task, Reddit SPN, which we did yesterday. Uh, we had permissions to add stuff to an account, so we could add that. Use taken to crack the service password. If the service has a registered SPN, then it can become roastable. However, the success of the attack depends on how strong the password is, and if it is trackable, as well as the privileges of the correct service account. To enumerate roastable accounts, and for us it was actually a user account. To enumerate conversible accounts, I would suggest a tool like Bloodhound to find all conversible accounts. And yesterday, what we spent hours doing was trying to find what is Bloodhound doing, or rather, can we do it with Impact? Can we do it with Python, any library? And there's Bloodhound libraries too, right? So we should be able to get all the data without having to go graphical on it. I got this account. What can this account do? I want to know all of this, right? What all the permissions it has. This is one thing. Um, it will allow you to see what kind of accounts you can Kerberos. If you're domain admins, if they are domain admins, and what kind of connections they have to the rest of the domain. Um, that is a bit out of scope for this room, okay? But it's a great tool, yeah. Only I don't really like that it's GUI, and I don't mind the GUI bit. I mind the taking time and sometimes crashing and stuff. I like it, and we can do more stuff with it, but I want a quick check. I want a quick check tool. What does this account do? Not all of our things, just this. In order to perform the attack, we'll be using both Rubius as well as Impact to understand the various tools out there for Kerberos. There are other tools out there such as Kekeo and Invoke Kerberos, but I leave you to do your own research on those tools. And 1886 days might mean that these are not very fresh. They might be. I've already taken the time to put Rubius on the machine for you, but we just used it. So again, we're going to downloads. We're already in there. Okay. This will dump the Kerberos hash of any Kerberostable users. Rubius Kerberos. Yeah, I like the command. But this is just because we're running it on the domain controller as administrator. So what is a normal command for this? This is not useful, really, at all. It's useless. We know that it can Kerberos, but we don't know what parameters and stuff it would want. Curb roast. Yeah, so HTTP service and SQL service. And we didn't get any pretty output files because we would have to tell it. Because I don't want this format. This is horrible format. And it didn't make files for us. So we would have to change. If we were actually going to use this, this is not. There was something about hashcat for out format. Right? Not crack the hash. Yeah, but you have to give us a good file. So let's actually look at the help instead. I'm sorry if I'm getting annoyed in the room, because it's not actually helping. Kerberos. And I'm right where I'm looking. I'm looking, where's that tab? I can't find it. And we're in the middle of the help. So Kerberos. Kerberos thing. Out file hashes. Right? And hashes in the file upper format. I'm looking for format here. It already is hashkit format, so just let's do this. Out file. Right? So same account, adding out file hashes. And we list that, and then let's type hashes and see what it looks like. Yeah, so now it's not messy. So let's just also, this tells the format, and they in their thing they were telling it the format, which you don't need to do. M13100 here. And here is a text file, so we need to move two text files to the VM here. I don't have any. Let's go here. We're in the box thingy. I guess we nano hash. Oh yeah, that's good enough. We don't need .txt. This is not Windows. This is looking off though. It's supposed to be one line. It's because we were in SSH. So I had to do this with a help too, because it went off. If it fails, it fails. I'm not mega careful. No. So we have two lines. They're telling what they are. The count name, everything. So do we wanna use its file? Or should we try with Rocky because it's quicker to type? Let's try. So let's look at its file and see what it is, if it's mega specific. Rock you. So it's rock you. Rock you start. I guess we use this file. I don't think something is funny there, but we'll see. So I'm just gonna copy the raw, and we're going to nano passwords.txt because it's a list. So let's lay, yeah, we have usernames, it's username list, and passwords. It's longer actually. So hashes passwords.txt. So it's not in there then. So the auto detect worked fine. It got summer 2020 for one, and my password 123 for the other. So it looked like Rocky, but they added stuff in it. Okay. Which also made it obvious that we might not want to do that. But it was too quick. I wonder if my Rocky is good. Yeah. Then the normal method will impact it. I'll get user SPNs. So we already have copy. Navigate to where the, so now it's, in packets dash the script name within examples for in packet. So it is just always in the path Kali, which is nice. So I'll just paste that command, and we're gonna copy this because notes. But I don't need hashcat examples more. Let's just, oh darn, I stopped. Come on. It's easier to make it do it in the other direction. So for the box notes, yes, though it's not really a box. So let's see. And run basic examples. So my mic is about to die. It's nice when there's a magnet that just sucks it into place when you charge. So 23:15. Kind of feels like it's 2 already. I'm a bit tired today, but I did 6.5 hours yesterday. So guess you can't do that every day. Yeah. So this is the hash cat. I don't know if I got the other bit in there. No, I got this in there. So I'm just scrolling up here. That was will actual work here. Oh, right. Wrong screen. Or what do you want to call it? So there's the Ruby's output. Roasted hashes written too. It's just funny that you can do this. I kind of need to know the reason why. So let's just put these back to the end. Right. That's the next thing it asks to do. Request. This will dump the Kerberos hash for all Kerberos accounts. Well, let's start at the start. Just because I used implicate a million times yesterday, I'm gonna read it anyway. Method 2 implicate installation. And it's pre-installed now in Kali, and you just put implicate dash instead of, and remove pi, for examples. And we can skip Python 3 too, of course. So why did I copy that line when it's... So machine 1, password 1 is the user, and controller local is the main. The IP address is this, and request. This will dump the Kerberos hash for all Kerberos account you can find on the target domain, just like Ruby's does. However, this does not have to be the target's machine. It can be done remotely. Yes, and that is why this is useful, and the other one is not, which didn't even mention any credentials or anything, right? Or the domain or anything. I'm not saying I will never run the other one. So control a local machine password request. Poof. And now we got pretty format. And actually in Kali, but it's the same stuff. Get SPNs. So I made a file for it yesterday. So let's add to it. Under tools, in packet, get user SPNs. And example in the box we're doing. So let's add examples here. I guess we make this a header because I always kind of do. And I didn't get the help either. So that's there. We're gonna get that. So example, on the other machine we did, and we can use it as an administrator, the DCP IP. We only added these things and request user Ethan. So we got actually a quicker command to run this. We probably could have skipped DC host. I was playing around with it before I got this. Using the help, not any examples. So this is probably a quicker one. We can just do -request. Let's get the help. So as I was reading it yesterday, why didn't I put it here? Let's do that. So right clicking is funny. Oh yeah. So I'm looking for request. Request TGS for users and output them in hashcat format. JTR hashcat. Beyond the Ripper. So default is false, meaning the first is true. But I mean that's true and that's false because hashcat is default. Because I saw the format and we have the same as we already just sent as hashcat. Is there anything else? I filled in DC host as it was easy. If omitted, the domain part specified in the account parameter will be used. Yeah, so we can probably omit it, or rather we could probably omit it yesterday too, but we didn't. So 2 accounts and cache file is not found. Skipping what? I'm just minimizing the space it takes a bit. Might have been. Oh. And here we have a specific user as a target. Gets all hashes, I guess. Let's say Kerberos account, because the hashes are not Kerberos, well, the accounts are. And I'm like, I misspelled that. I keep hopping to the wrong thing. So this is the problem, right? Kerberos, of course. So of course it's Kerberos comfortable. Kerberos. Post. Yeah. So, and you're still welcome to chat, you know. I've noticed that sometimes people chat and sometimes they're just quiet. And if I do something that is less advanced, I get more people chatting. I don't know if this is advanced, I don't think so. Maybe it's boring too. This will dump the Kerberos hash of the Kerberos users. And we were really down here, right? Because we're not gonna copy the same hashes to file and do them again. What can a service account do? After cracking a server account password, there are various ways of exfiltrating data or collecting loot, depending on whether the service account is a domain admin or not. If the service account is a domain admin, you have control similar to that of a gold and silver ticket, and can now gather loot. Thank you. We needed that reminder. So, in 50 minutes we can do that again if we are not finished, which we won't be. If we don't skip to something else. Oh, a gold and silver ticket, and you can now gather loot such as dumping the entity as state. If the service account is not the domain admin, you can use it to log into other systems or pivot escalate, or you can use that correct password to spray against other services. Are they not mentioning data? Against, as I said, it was realistic. And domain admin accounts, well, their permissions and all the things. Many companies may use the same or similar password
Connected to
for their
channel 6A.
servers or domain admin users. Yeah, that sounds clever. If you're in the professional pen test, be aware of how the company wants you to show risk. Most of the time, they don't want you to exfiltrate data and will set a goal or progress for you to get in order to show risk inside of the assessment. Like, I got your creds, I can get this. Kerberos mitigation. Strong service passwords. Yeah. If the service account passwords are strong, then Kerberos will be ineffective. Don't make a service account domain admins. Service account don't need to be domain admins. Kerberos will be as effective if you don't make service accounts domain admins. What is the HTTP service password? So we're just gonna copy from up here my password, and this is for SQL. And summer 2020. It's for HTTP service. So I've seen people who don't know that this is Hashcat, and then they get just first work with changing the format, and then they don't know which password is for which hash, or rather which user is the hash owner. So we have ASREP roasting now. And we're using Rubius and only Rubius this time. And we're on the Windows machine. And this is why we said we need creds, right? Because if we just do it with Mpacket, we might not need, depending on if it's allowed. So, ASREP roasting with Kerberos. Very similar to Kerberosing, ASREP roasting dumps the KRB aspect as KRB ASREP 5 hashes of user accounts that have a Kerberos pre-authentication disabled. Unlike Kerberosing, these users do not have to be service accounts. The only requirement to be able to ASREP roast is that our user is that the user must have pre-authentication disabled. And I'm kind of thinking, let's hop over to its no pre-auth. That's what NP stands for here. Get no pre-auth users. And we'll add its example here. There's no like special commands here, I think. I'm curious to see what there is. Why do we have so much space here now? Maybe I was gonna add something and then forgot. So let's add its command here too. So we have, it's always good to have examples from different people because they use stuff differently. Yeah, my god. Rather, right, it didn't do anything more, did it? No, it just used Rubius. So, what I was, I guess, gonna say when I hopped over here is this is easy. And there is a nose pass. And, yeah. This is done here without having a user. And here we got the SVC admin, right? Without having any credentials. And that is why what was in the top of this saying that you need credentials to do this. It's not true. But they are only using Rubius, and then they need to log into the machine first. And they're still doing as administrator. Yeah, I don't think that's a good example, but I haven't used Rubius for this. Obvious reasons, right? I'm thinking of maybe just TTSing this, but I'll read it. Let's add this as a description here. NP equals no pre-auth. So that was a cute little summarization of that. We'll continue using Rubius, same as we have with Kerberos and harvesting, since Rubius has a very simple and easy to understand command ASREP roast. And are any of these commands not easy to understand? And the tech uses with Kerberos pre-authentication disabled. And all the commands here have no permissions because I run as administrator. Yeah. Sorry, I'll stop. It's an old room, very, very old. So it's probably was great back then. Attack users with Kerberos pre-authentication disabled after dumping the hash from Rubius will start use hashcat in order to crack the Kirby password 5 hash. There are other tools out there for password browsing, such as Keiko and Invite NP users. So this is what I was just telling you. Rubius is easier to use because it's automatically finds other user, whereas get NP user you have to enumerate the user beforehand and know which users. Yeah. No, you can try all. You don't have to know, but you have to have usernames. That's true. And that's what I don't understand with Rubius. Where's it getting the accounts from? We need to have permissions in the domain to be able to run it. But we're logged in on the machine. So what if we don't have remote access to the machine? The domain controller, we're on the domain controller. I'm assuming we're on a Windows client then. Joined to the domain, logged in as one of the users. That's why it said requires a user. I'm just curious how it works. And obviously there's a Linux version 2, someone said too, right? Which is pre-installed in Kali. During pre-authentication, your user hash will be used to encrypt the timestamp that the domain controller will attempt to decrypt to validate that the right hash is being used. And it's not playing the previous request. After validating the timestamp, here we got a bit of the explanation for the timestamp, as I thought that is not the old request, right? Issue for the TDT for the user. The pre-authentication is disabled. You can request any authentication data for any user, and the KDC will return an encrypted TDT that can be cracked offline because the KDC skips the step of validating that the user is really who they say that they are. So this just sends stuff. Hmm. So, dumping Kirby ASRoP 5 hashes with Rubius. So again, we need to go to downloads. And this time we ASRoP roast. So it annoys me a bit that this at exe. Wrong one. So let's assume that we still use out file in the same way. And we can type hashes. But if we need to crack them, I'm gonna run in because oh, I forgot txt. So we have so many accounts. Yeah. And this is why they didn't use Impacket. Right? Because they didn't want to make a list again. Okay, that was a bad paste. A bad copy. So there. So I didn't save the last one either. So let's do that. And let's make this normal and pretty. Brute. I'm gonna keep .exe. Why? Because we have information in a quick, simple way that these are run on Windows tasks. And that's why we don't have any creds with it, right? So brute. And I started typing the next header and I never pasted anything. So the question is, do we want this? I'm kind of thinking we don't want all of them, but maybe I should put them there because it's easier to find then. Let's put them in order. What happened? Let's do .exe then. Maybe that's why they have that in the examples. And they didn't have the out file. And if we were using WinRM, we could just download the file. It just feels redundant to have output of all of these. So I'm not gonna. We have two examples. Long ones. Let's actually do this. Also, 3 row attacking Kerberos. There. Oh. Oopsie. I thought it was the end. No. Actually, I'm gonna put it at the top. Because of the headers. Otherwise, I would want it there. So, starting to get a little tired. So, crack those hashes with hashcat. And it might be easier just to cut the file anyway. I guess it's I did type it right, so we don't have to, because I already did. So there will be questions to fill in on this. That's why we need them. So nano as rep hashes, and I'll have to fix all the lines, but it's kind of quick. I just have to keep check when the new line actually happens. I thought this is quicker than doing it within Packet 2. Though and though and though and though and though and though and though. Where is the next one? I thought it was more than it was actually. So there. Service, HTTP service. Oh, we already have those. But we will probably use the same file, password file, so it will remember anyway. It's the same passwords. So hashes, but this one as rep hashes, and yeah, I noticed that we're different structure. So let's check them. Nah, I have to check help. Or is it like a delete line? Or I mean cut line. Cut line is a thing. Control G. Cut line. Control K. So cut line. Control K. K. SX. There. So Control S. Control X. Very nice. That's why we use nano. No messiness. And please be patient. And we can read. I don't think it will take many seconds though. Crack those hashes with hashcats, and that's how far I got. So we have password and password 3. So those we will need for so even though it is hashcat format and it could understand what format it is, and also decoded this, it wouldn't do it at once. So we had to split it up into separate files. Okay? And I wonder also if these were not actually gathered now, but still there, saved in Rubios in some way. And that's why they showed again. Yeah, interesting. So let's paste it in here because this is the only place where we put it. Let's put all the things in here in a big mess, in a big pile. So aswrap, roast out hashes, and then there I overwrote the file, but I want them all on my Kali machine saved. And it's been 15 minutes, so I should just hop up here. Slow down, 1 hour. Okay, so it's already, let's see if it's buggy. What hash type? So we happen to have a nice output here exactly with this. So this is the hash type. And it would also have it on the next one here. It is also here. So it detects automatically. We don't need to find it out. As it's outputting in hashget format. Okay, what hash type? Uh-oh. Oh, ASREP roasting. Yeah. It didn't paste the full thing. There's a space here. Oh, okay. I'm gonna have to type it. Kerberos. This is a bad thing with the new output here. 5, comma, no comma. E type 23. Okay. So we know exactly what it is, but I have problems with the formatting, and it's 2000 days. It's from 2020, the machine. So that's why I do this. And we're just gonna steal their answer because it's such old one. Yeah, so now it says this first and then this. So it's a different order of things. I was about to try it, but I thought it was more letters. Well. Which user vulnerable as reprosed? User. So I'm just looking here. We have admin 2 and user 3. And both of these are users to me. But they will of course mean user 3. And what's the user's password? Password 3. And this is why we correct them. Because there will be questions. Which admin? Admin 2. And the password. So just copying the password. There. So now we're gonna get some fun stuff. Pass the ticket with Memicats. So, we didn't actually grab the tickets, did we? Yeah. But we're gonna grab new ones? Yeah, probably, yeah. It says dump tickets there. I regret eating Freddy and cinnamon buns instead of veggies and other things I was planning to eat. I think I wouldn't have been tired if I had eaten real food instead of just I don't wanna. It's Friday. I don't wanna make make dinner. I made dinner for the kids, um, but I didn't want to have spaghetti and meat sauce either. Uh, Mimikatz. Pause a ticket with Mimikatz. So let's grab our Mimikatz notes and yeah, anything patched. So this one is from 2020, so it will not know. Add the help, so we can take the opportunity to do that now. And Mimikatz is on the machine already because we already saw it when we listed the files. So let's there, and we can see Mimikatz here. So let's do Mimikatz from 2020. Is this help we want? I guess we probably should have done H, and it might still do. Yeah, I did H. Yeah, it still hops in there. Um, so let's grab this bit here, and I think I can skip the H because it will show it anyway. No, it will not. So the H is there. Good. So hostname, local time, CD version, base64, log, sleep, coffee. Answer. Please make me a coffee. Version 2020, right? Because that's when the box is from. So probably we should get a newer, but I can update it whenever we get the ships. So we have to do coffee, sleep. Well, if there's sleep, there needs to be coffee. We got some coffee. I don't like coffee. I can get this instead. Caffeine at least. Pass the ticket with Mimikatz. Mimikatz is a very popular and powerful post exploitation tool, most commonly used for dumping user credentials inside of an Active Directory network. However, we'll be using Mimikatz in order to dump a TGT from Elsa's memory. And then we'll copy this because this will be our little example thing here. Yeah, not using the Mimikatz CLI. I kind of don't like it. Yeah, I mean, CLI. This is just a explanation of these bits. I want to make headers. I don't like that is so long without a header.
Weak magnification says. Cheap viewers on stream boo. Remove the space. Item KZLFio.
So we also have this here, right? And it will be exe on Windows machine. You will get the prompt. And then I realized help later, like I can put to get the activity account hash. Yeah. Domain user. Or PS prompt. Mimikatz exe. To get a golden ticket. Maybe we should say like make like short guides here, like golden ticket guide, this guide. So let's continue. This will only be an overview of how to pass the ticket text works, as THM does not currently support networks, but it does now because this was long ago, 2020. But I challenge you to configure this on your own network. You can run this attack on the given machine, however, you will be escalating from a domain admin to a domain admin because of the way the domain controller is set up. Pause the ticket overview. Pause the ticket works by dumping the TTT from Elsa's memory of the machine. Yeah, we're logged in as administrator, right? We're the domain admin. The domain admin. The local security authority subsystem service Elsa's. Should I have usually? Why not, right? Opposite. Did I delete the parentheses? I don't think so. Maybe. In a memory process that stores. No, I made no. But my whatever, it doesn't matter. It's a memory process that stores credentials on an active directory server and can store Kerberos tickets along with other credential types. To act as a gatekeeper, let's make this bigger, right? Can you tiny text here? And so you can see. To act as a gatekeeper and accept or reject the credentials provided. You can dump the Kerberos ticket from the Elsa's memory just like you can dump hashes. When you dump the tickets of the Mimikatz, it will give you a Kirby ticket, which can be used to gain domain admin. If a domain admin ticket is in the Elsa's memory, which is nice, of course. This stack is great for privilege escalation and level removal if there are unsecure domain service account tickets laying around. Yeah, so let's say what are the requirements, because we can't do this without any permissions. What does it use to get it? The attack allows you to escalate to domain admin if you dump a domain admin's ticket, and then impersonate that ticket using Mimikatz PDT attack, allowing you to act as a domain admin. You can think of a pause the ticket attack like reusing an existing ticket where not creating or destroying any tickets here. We're simply reusing an existing ticket from another user on the domain and then impersonating that ticket. But it doesn't answer my question, right? So obviously we have permissions to run this, as we are the domain administrator. Yeah, it doesn't say. You will need to run the command prompt as an administrator. Use the same credentials as you did to get into the machine. If you don't have elevated command prompt, Mimikatz will not work properly. We will see. So as we're logged in as the administrator, this is telling us if we can't run the command prompt as an administrator, we can't do this. Yeah, I don't think this is the best way to do this. So now, users machine 1 controller. So they did suddenly log in as another user, not the one they gave us. But it's only mentioned here, or did I miss that they logged out and logged in as someone else? We're administrator here, yeah. So they didn't mention it. That was such a big improvement in readability. I was trying to read this tiny thing. Oh, AS 256. Okay. So we're still in the directory where Mimikat says. Let's see what happens. Privilege debug. So, sorry, right clicking and it just pops the menu up for 1 second and then disappears. That's annoying. Check your privilege. Yeah, I think this will make it more readable. That was not pretty of it. It was before the line start. Oh well. That wasn't good. I wonder what PowerShell does with those. I'm just curious. Yeah, so comments. Let's just keep it to nothing. So, surely that was 20 okay. Means that if it does not, it means you do not have privileges. To properly administer privileges to properly run Mimikatz. sec URL, let's say tickets export, will export all the curb tickets into the directory that you're currently in. At this step, you can also use the base64 encoded tickets from reviews that we harvested earlier. You can also see, I'm assuming, not use. I shift control C instead, that's why it. Debug thingy. Okie dokie. So save to file. Yeah, it's really doing it all. So we should be able to see those two. But let's do a listing when it's done. Well, I guess we just there. Sorry. This is why we don't do this, right? Let's make a better command. Yeah, I thought so. So let's make a for Mimi cats and put stuff in. And of course it opens over what I had up already. So I'm just gonna grab the command again, copy, paste. And to use this, if we just check we can just use this. Oopsie. We're still in Cali. So we got the prompt still. So I want to get I want to grab the first one in case it's like it's not identical. I don't think it will be not identical, but so this is as an example for output. I don't want to scroll quicker, but I think we might have had the command there. That's where I wrote there by mistake. And then we did exit, and here we're running it. So how is this different from this? I think it might just be that we have a 2020 version. So even if it gets a command in, it gives us a prompt, and maybe later it doesn't. Because I don't remember that. I don't remember that. So now we can see how much this is. Prettier. Let's just make sure we don't have an other command line here instead. But I coupled the run it twice now. It's just so Mimikatz, 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 Mimikatz. Command line is, yeah, it's from the command line and then no more. So we don't get any more command line thingies or anything. Or run it. Get tickets from Elsa's. Oh gosh. That was so bad it was funny. At this step you can also, yeah, right, we're gonna dare the stuff. Oh, I forgot to exit. Again. Oh gosh. So, the color coding kinda makes it a little easier to read, right? We have our hashes files. We have a Kirby file from before, which they didn't ask us to make. But now we have so many Kirby files here. And controller 1. Let's remove that so it looks prettier. Here, GC controller 1, KRBTGT controller, LDAP controller 1, KRBTGT controller. HTTP service. Controller 1, HTTP server, controller 1, SQL service. So, I don't know why it believes dash something is an argument. That's why it makes it yellow. But why these and not these? I love Kerberos. CIFS, GCHP, KBTG, I love. These are the variations. Here we have administrator at. Oh, now I see the full thing. Okay, so here's the computer account, right? But all of these are so they're cached at different places, or is it like types of tickets? Let's continue reading because I don't know what this all is. At this step, you can also see the base 64 tickets from Rubius that we harvested earlier, and they look like KRBTDT controller local Kirby. So, I guess it would be that and that in that case. Administrator at KRBTDT, controller local Kirby. I don't see how they stick out from the rest in any apparent way. 40E1. I guess those are the only ones 40E1. These are 40A1. When looking for which ticket to impersonate, I would recommend looking for an administrator ticket from the KRBTDT, just like the one outlined in red above. So these were not the ones we harvested earlier. Yeah, I need a buy break. I'll be right back. So they're explaining something, and then they say, "Oh, that was not what we were showing." So, how would we know which one are base64 encoded? And are they even here? Or do they mean something else? So let's look at the listing here. So we do have these two, right? Well, let's check the dates. Everything 314 here, right? Which is like everything. Yeah. So no, nothing of this. Well, it would have been maybe in the memory. That's what I thought first, and later we couldn't see which one is which. We'll have to check more information. Check more information. So last time I tried, yeah, I thought that we had it deployed for too long, so we'll have to restart it. That's annoying. It's because we were chatting too much. But this is what's good with the hack the bugs. They should really fix this, TryHackMe. So it is annoying. We will have to RDP again. All the files will be gone, right? Just because we use it to explore stuff. I read everything aloud. We play with something else for a bit. We look at 3D printers for a bit, you know? So I'm not gonna stress. I'm gonna do it carefully and learn all the things I can from it. We're looking for which ticket to impersonate. Right, I would recommend the one in the red box. 30 minutes. Um, uh, administer ticket from KRBTT. So after the at, we see the from. Yeah. So I would assume that, as I said before, that means that this here is the HTTP service on controller 1. So we got all tickets, not just TDTs. Pause the ticket with Mimikatz. Now that we have our ticket ready, we can now perform a pause the ticket attack to gain domain admin privileges, which we already have. Kerberos PTT ticket. Run this command inside of Mimikatz with the tickets that you have harvested from earlier. It will cache and impersonate. Yeah, let me give it. So, sorry, it's already in my notes. Let's see, PTT. Here, pause the ticket, load it into memory. Use a ticket by opening. Yeah. Mm. The most annoying bit is that we will have to redo this if we're not quick. And I guess I'll just copy this as if that would matter because that was a long bit. And then we do administrator at. So let's grab this one. Yeah. Yeah. So is all of this a name or not? I miss Linux. This is odd. Run this command inside. Right, we SSH'd instead. Let's redo at least. Run this command inside Mimikatz with the ticket that you harvested from earlier. It will cache and impersonate the given ticket. And oh, do you know what the problem is? I didn't start Mimikatz first. I just run the other command. Yeah, it remembers what was in there. So let's just grab that thing. Oh gosh. I'm just putting it in Notepad. Because it's in 2 lines. There. So we now have a it's loaded, meaning we need to do list, it says. Cache tickets. I'm just running the commands quickly so we can continue later. Later, impersonate ticket. Yes, we were already admin, so. Administrator. So it would have been more fun to do one of the other tickets, really, right? Faucet ticket mitigation. Oh, we don't have to fill in stuff. Good. So I'm gonna go back and let it expire if it wants to. Let's add the command. Kerberos PT I already have, but I'm thinking we can find it here, right? This is the next step here. And next step is And yay, we're not administrator anymore, we're administrator instead. So it's not the room's fault, but you know, I saw here that they logged in as the machine one. I don't wanna mess. We have SSH. We can get to this. And obviously it works without having a GUI, which is nice text. We are SSHing and running this and it works fine, right? Just getting chewing gum for my teeth. So I didn't read on these commands for time. Now that we have our ticket ready, we can now perform a POSIT ticket attack to obtain. Yeah, I think I read that. So PTT, Kerberos PTT, pause the ticket. Let's change that to as it's PTT. Load a ticket into memory with on any Kirby file there. And this is using it and check, right? Check your privileges. Check what verified successfully impersonated ticket. By listing cached tickets, K-list. Yeah. Check what tickets are cached. What do I have in my paste? Not that. K-list. K-list. Very much just needed this. You now have impersonated a ticket, giving you the same rights as a TDT you're impersonating. To verify this, we can look at the admin share, which we would have seen anyway. Note that this is only a POC to understand how to pass a ticket and gain a domain admin. The way that you approach passing a ticket may be different based on what kind of engagement you're in. So do not take this as a definitive guide on how to run this attack. Pause the ticket mitigation. Let's talk blue team and how to mitigate this type of attacks. Let your domain admins log on to anything. Don't let them log on to anything. So this is interesting because if you were to find this on a pen test, right? And this is vulnerabilities. I don't have a organized way of storing mitigations. So I guess we have attacks, we have tools. Why not make mitigations under 80? Because mitigations will of course also be for a certain area, right? Uh, tickets. So pause the tickets. We're in mitigation, so it doesn't need to be like that. Pause the ticket. We might have more stuff here. Don't let domain admins log in. On anything except the domain controller. This is something so simple, however, a lot of domain admins still log on to low-level computers, leaving tickets around that can be used to attack. Yeah, because you don't usually log in to the domain controller. Just use your credentials on your machine, of course. Ooh, it's a new day, so we got a streak. Whole full 2 days. Golden silver ticket attacks with Mimikatz. Mimikatz is a very popular and powerful post-exploitation tool, most commonly used for dumping user credentials. Let's start it again because we want to do some more stuff. I'm curious now. Can I close that? No. Okay, share task. I was like, can I start it? No. It started? New IP, change hosts. Mimikatz is a very popular and powerful post-exploitation tool, most commonly used for dumping user credentials inside of an Active Directory network. However, we'll be using not well Mimikatz in order to create a silver ticket. A silver ticket can sometimes be better used in engagements rather than a golden ticket because it's a little more discreet. If stealth and staying undetected matter, then a silver ticket is probably a better option than a golden ticket. However, the approach to creating one is the exact same. The key difference between the two tickets is that a silver ticket is limited to the service that is targeted, whereas a golden ticket has access to any Kerberos service. And we know the difference between TDT and TDS. At least if you were at the start of stream, right? Because I read my notes on Kerberos authentication here. So let's make this one better again so we can see the names. So this is from Win80 Basics on TryHackMe, and probably a little changed, but it's very easy and clear. The user sends the username and the timestamp encrypted with the user hash. The key is the user hash for the timestamp. And of course, it easy can read this because it has the hash. And it sends back a TDT which contains this session key. So it doesn't, the little key here, I guess that's how they show it. And this is encrypted with KRBTDT hash, as it says here. Another one is at key. So only the domain controller can open and read this and know if it is good, right? And it also sends this session key to the user. So then the next step, we use this TDT, and we also send the username and the timestamp, and now we encrypt these with the session key that we got together with the TDT. So we send the TDT, we encrypt those with the session key, and the session key is here, so that's how the domain controller that can open this can read it. And we also want to say what do we want to access, right? Otherwise it would be crazy. And then it is making a TDS, a service ticket for this, just for a computer, whatever, you know. And I think MS SQL, yeah, is the example. And then it's going to encrypt it with a service owner's hash. So now the service can read this ticket. It couldn't have read the TDT. That's why we need this. And it sends along also a service session key, which is also in this, right? So when we send this here to this one, we send the encrypted with the service session key, which is in here, so the service can decrypt this and read it and check everything that the domain controller sent along, whatever. Probably what user it is, but it's also the username here. Maybe this is what we change. I don't know. And yeah, I guess I want to know exactly what is in these, all the details. I guess we could look at all the details. Anyway, this level is enough for now. So this one can read it because it has its hash, its own hash. So you can decrypt this, get this key, check these stuff out. Yeah. Much better explanation than this room had. It was. We got this from A. We sent it back to B, as if A and B were the same, when B was actually a part of A. And yeah, older thing, newer thing. So difference between TDT and TDS. And that's the difference here between golden and silver. Let's see. Use a scenario for a silver ticket will be that you want to SQL server. However, the current compromised user does not have access to that server. You can find an accessible server account to get a foothold by Kerberos and that service. You can then dump the service hash and impersonate their TDT in order to request a service ticket for the SQL service from the KDC, allowing you to access the domain SQL server. So as it is a hash that encrypts it, when we have the hash, we have the key. Sounds logical. going through everything again and again, making sure it's actually stuck there in my brain. KRP TDT overview. In order to fully understand how these attacks work, you need to understand what the difference is between a KRB TDT and a TDT is. A KRB TDT is a service account for the DC. This is the key distribution center. Yeah, so this is a very good explanation of what KRB TDT. So I want this in my instructional notes for start here AD. So so when we get accounts, I'm thinking like we're gonna need to DC sync or something. Where can we? Yeah. Should I put accounts, information about accounts here, or should I keep it at the top with a simple list of ports in a DC? It feels like it's too early. This is not really learning things. So we also have KRBTDT here, of course, but I think I knew about it before I read this, you know. I think this one was 1 year old when I checked. Let's just add. And I'm not going to keep all of it, of course. It's a service account. Let's remove that bit here. Service account for the KDC. And let's use the same case, so it is logically there. A little tiny addition there. And did I hop to the same file? Yes, because I have too many tabs. I can't read what they're called even. Yeah, let's close that. So, yeah, imagine that we want persistence, and that is when this is actually interesting. And let's add like a header here. Uh, Same level. And we'll add stuff. And maybe a link even to the, yeah, so this is more like a step. Maybe I should have like I already have it really. Escalation, we own the user. Data sources, basic enumeration. But then at the end there, everything is big headers. When we got a shell, escalation. Yeah, so we need to add also the ticket stuff simply for escalation too. I have an ad before here. Here we have actually already Mimikatz PS1. But I don't think I have it on this VM. Blood, we can't see what users have session. We can see. Yeah, this is just a blob. There's no. There should be a header for this. I'm not gonna do this now, you know. But I didn't have. We didn't have a file for Mimikatz, so I didn't. I was like, yeah, let's start from nothing. And here are notes copied from somewhere else on Mimikatz, right? So I should like go through and look and put it all in one place. To do books in new cats file too. Yeah, this is prettier. This doesn't. This is not from 2020, I think. Maybe it is. We definitely have an IP now. So, yeah, this is SSH to a machine that is bye-bye. Alright. We checked for .exe files on Kali. Quite clean Kali. So, this was nice. Let's know. I guess. let's just see what users are logged in as. Their administrator again, because right, we're getting care of TDT. So that's a new IP. I just remembered it wanted us to add to the local host file on the DC as an IP address. On the DC. I wonder if it was really necessary. It's in the notes. It's in 0 that I just closed because I was like, we're not gonna use that. So, oh gosh. Yeah, of course, new IP. There. There. Was it this one? Yeah. I thought I put it here because I always do, and now I didn't. So we got the information here. It's still good to have it here, even if we get it from the thing. So this is not correct anymore, but whatever. Here. CD downloads. There. All the files are gone. So let's see if they need us to do that again. And I think I'll send a message to them too. So you should be able to play with one box for more than 6-7 hours. I think that's I'm also, this is the first thing for a month that I'm doing on TryHackMe and I'm paying them. This is a paid room. So why can't I have 24 hours? Why do I have to keep clicking a button? It is cheaper than HackerBox, right? But I'm not actually paying for HackerBox because I want it. Let's continue. Right. A KRPTDT. It's so odd to see here someone from A is the service account for the DC KDC key distribution center. But if you impersonate this account and create a golden ticket from the KRPTDT, you give yourself the ability to create a service ticket for anything you want. TDT is a ticket to a service account issued by the KDC, and you can only access that service. Sorry, I'm not listening. Yourself the ability to create a service ticket. Why is it saying TDT here? Let's talk self-service. Well, a TDD just take it to a service account. Yeah, so there's a bug here, right? It should be TGS. And you can only access that service. The TDT is from the SQL service ticket. Gold and silver ticket. Attack overview. They call it an attack. Okay. A golden ticket attack works by dumping the ticket granting ticket of any user on the domain. This would preferably be a domain admin. However, for a golden ticket, you would dump the Kerberos TDT ticket, and for a silver ticket, you would dump any service or domain admin ticket. This will provide you with a service, domain admin accounts SID, or security identifier. That is a unique identifier for each account, as well as the NTLM hash. You then use these details inside of Mimikatz golden ticket attack in order to create a TDT. It kind of sounds false in my brain to say attack. In order to create a TDT that impersonates the given service account information. Cubus golden ticket greetings. Yeah, they're not bigger if you click them. So the information in this room is nothing I really trust, because I know other things that were wrong. And now they call the service ticket a TDT. Actually, they themselves have the introduction here where they do all these. So they only have TDT, and here TDT for specific raw sources. Yeah. So a little warning for golden tickets, right? Golden, silver tickets, and silver is more discrete, more normal on the network. Why? Um, Probably a better approach. Silver tickets is limited. Gold tickets access to Kerberos, any Kerberos service. So, dump service hash and impersonate their TDT. To request a service ticket for SQL servers. I have where's my stuff on tickets? That's the one we made now. Yeah, the one said Kirby TDT hash. Yeah. So I haven't made a silver ticket, I think. I've only made golden. So there's something that's like just hiding, like a good example that I had. This is not a perfect sentence, but I will put it here temporarily, and we will change later. And let's make this quotes so I know this is, you know, someone else, not me. So let's see all the things. I've read it like 3 times now, and it still keeps saying TDT, and I'm not really sure that that is what it is. We'll see. Because I thought it was locked to. Maybe it's just it's a TDT for the service account. And it will only have permissions for one thing usually. And that's the locked bit I have in my brain. Yeah, so we're on it again, right? And if they use any of the old files, we'll also rerun commands. CD downloads and Mimikatz. exe. And also there needs to be a cd dot dot because we start right, didn't we start in, maybe we didn't. Mm. Mm. Chocolate. Dump the KBTT hash. Privilege. Yeah, this is just dumping. I guess we need it. So LSA dump, LSA inject name KBTT. This will dump the hash as well as a security identifier. Needed to create a golden ticket. To create a silver ticket, you need to change the name to dump the hash of either a domain admin account or a service account, such as SQL service account. Privilege debug again. LSA dump, LSA inject name. So main controller SID, here be primary. So even I have chocolates on my fingers. And what did I say about eating healthy stuff? It doesn't feel late yet. Mm-hmm. Trying to get a bit of the goo. And then I looked at the dentist reminder for my kids. Well, for one of them. So we're going to run this. So let's close all the Kerberos ones. It also said we wouldn't use Rubius anymore. That's the mitigations bit. And let's close that too. So we have stuff I want up. Start here. And we're scrolled to gold and silver tickets.
VR Mechatronics says, I saw GLS Courier, wanting 800 kroner for shipping my second 3D printer to Sweden. It's better to buy a new one from this website.
Okay. Cool. Thank you for the thought. Yeah, do you have two? Do you have two 3D printers? Let's see. Gold and silver tickets. And I also saw, what was it? Something else ticket mentioned. Another material. Remember?
Yes, one is an apartment owners and workshop for parts.
Ah, okay. So you already have ones, and then you're getting a new one now. Hmm? You said you ordered one, right? This is not where this belongs.
Yes, new one I have now.
Okay, so it already arrived. Hmm? Cool. You'll have to tell me if it's good when you're running for a bit. So we have that. We have time to make a new one, maybe. Oh, I had it up 3 times, I think. So we have tickets up. We have what? Don't we have Mimikatz up? Because I opened something else.
The
Let's
one in the
open that.
workshop is without a housing and I have to keep it in a case because it gets dusty, so I bought it with a case.
Ah, okay. Okay, then I get it. Now let's minimize that one in case it pops up. And we're not actually doing that right now. So let's just have the stuff up. So that's current and active. We have Mimikatz up. So where did I really mean to do this? Here is where I mentioned this, right? Let's say dump, and this is what I have copied here, right? Let's say dump, this is DC sync. This one is just here. So an alternative way here. Okay, my gosh. I'm a bit tired now, but I don't think it feels like it's late yet. I'm just a bit tired. So did it affect, how much did it affect the 3D printer that it got dusty? I'm curious. How did it get affected by that? This is totally new. This is passing tickets like pause. And what we're gonna do now is more like file mini cats and golden and silver. I would have done slash if it was possible. I don't think it is it? Yeah, so that's better than a dash at least. Golden silver tickets. So it's a file name. So I guess I will put it in 2 places because so it's 2 different commands. This is the other one. So what is the difference between DC sync and LSA? DC sync does a full DC sync, but this one only does it, or only prints the Kerberos TDT, or outputs it, or saves it. This will dump the hash as well as the security identifier needed to, or maybe it's that it will get more things. To create a sole article, you will need to change the name. To dump the hash of either a domain admin account or service account, such as yeah, definitely starting to get tired. So for now, let's keep it separate because it'll be too much of a mess in my notes. Now it's a solar ticket. We need to change the name. Alright, yeah. Okay, so this doesn't, this makes it at once. Let's do stuff instead. Oopsie. What was that? Privilege debug. Domain. Yeah. Let's just run it. And I am kind of glad that we have a cleared out thing, right? I put the exe there just to show for the screenshot that it is actually Windows we're on, right? Or not screenshot, but yeah. why not do this here? And I could have done it at once, right? So now I'll have to copy this instead. There. So, oh, yeah, it is dot slash downloads. And they didn't do that. I misspelled it. Catux. We invented a new command. Salt credentials. Anti-alum. And Sid. And okay. And this is what I paste here, more on this, right? The output. Telstra. NTOW. Let's make links in this. So pass the ticket. Mini cats. And as I don't remember if I have more notes, let's yeah, so I usually do something like this, right? Not say the two. Did we use this on cicada? Is it actually logical here? No, there's no mimikatz in here. So it was just random. No, nothing wrong. It was just me that was thinking it was smarter than it was for 2 seconds. So, so we have that, and we have the like commands separately in this one, and we have quite exactly half a moon now. I don't like my notes; they annoy me. So gonna have to fix them later, or whatever now. Create a gold and silver ticket. They really do it at one thing here. Create a gold and silver ticket. Kerberos golden. Oh. Yeah. Why didn't I put that here? All of the things. I just started. Let's put it here. Well. I will not work on without other machines on the domain. However, I challenge you to configure your own network and try out these attacks. Okay, so we will not actually be able to test it. So I was hoping for output, of course. To other machines. Kerberos, Golang, user administrator, domain, controller, local, SID. And here they fill it all in. And that's an image. So we'll have to copy paste. And we want an example. Oh, I was already in those because this is also markup-ish. This is the command for creating Golem tag integrated. So we're taking simply put the service at TLM hash. The set of the service and change the ID to. So this is temporary. We will remove this. Silver. So let's make a line here with old and new. Gold. Demo. And I will actually drag this off screen to enter the numbers. But seriously, I should have just dragged that one off. So, because we will need output, because I don't want to type, do I? This is nice with 3 screens. I can just look at what it's supposed to look like, copy the information from there, and paste it here. Unfortunately, I cannot share all 3 at the same time. Golden. So I'm gonna put the SID in here. Guess it's better that you watch this, right? SID colon paste. And let's compare. S1521. Boobity boobity boobity. Okay. So no last bit. And then KBTDT colon. And here we have 5508. Oh. ID 500. That's why they just have this bit here. And this one is 502. The KBTDT then. I don't know if I moved you there, so I'll do it again. Oh. Yeah, I was looking for the numbers, but that's not what they're doing. Um, let's compare this to this instead, right? Because I was like, what on earth? It should be one of these, and I kept looking the rest of the document and there's nothing. So here it is, right? So it is, just copy it, DLM hash, or rather, guess lm bit, empty bit, right? Uh, and this is slow, but I kind of like it being slow like this. It's late though, or I would be quicker. Taking it easy, making sure everything is. This was a messy one though. We could have had this to copy. But this made us have to actually see what we were doing, so why not? So now we're doing the same thing, but instead I grab SID, grab domain SID. Yeah, if I type domain like this, maybe I'm tired. Maybe I'm tired. Gold domain SID. Grab domain SID, not gold domain SID. Domain SID and the LM hash and ID uh, called red and output. No, because we need to do an ID. So and use the ID 500 because that's administrator. And that's what we want to do. So username, administrator, the domain. So comparing here, we need this, the domain SID, and the hash. The rest we know 500. We will probably know this is the domain, the username, yeah. And we didn't used to have to use an actual name, but now we do, right? We can say 500 and have another name, it's still administrator. We used to be able to. But can we now with so now actually this is relevant. Use the ID well, I think this is an example for this one. I mean, all service accounts don't have that, so it would be very odd. So And this is not finished, so let's make that obvious. So the service and the LM hash. So then we would have to get more information. So maybe they're giving us a task, actually. I'm not used to this in this room. Let's just do this, do that. I don't really like when we do this, do that, but we're still exploring a bit. I'll show you a demo of creating a golden ticket, and it's up to you to create a silver, right? And they also gave us output, which is not correct, but it matches with this. So, did we already grab the hashes? Gosh, yeah, I moved everything. I'm like, I can't tap to stuff. What's happening? Because it's here, right? So did we do hash stuff in this one? We have not done a DC sync at least. It would be nice to have the little list. I didn't actually output those, but they are on my machine. Yeah, they're here too. Because that's... But the other one I didn't, right? Or anyway, these are not the LM hashes. So it doesn't matter. These are the Astra hashes. So we'll have to do something else. Alright, we don't have to have that up until twice. I'm curious about the Mimikatz command here, so let's hop over to the help and look if we can get anything. No, it doesn't really say, right? We can clear the screen. Module, standard module, basic commands. Yeah, error H. Standard module not found. So it's because of the error that we get the commands. And there's not a help one here. I did not try it though, and this is an ancient one. And I did have other Mimikatz notes. But let's just go Mimi Cats. Docs. Oh gosh, that's zoomed in. What's up? Never saw this before. I want just normal Google. Does it actually looks like that now? Yeah, and that's the last search. Yeah, so something is happening with the dark reader here, right? Because they have a odd image, which is just text Google in white. And that's why it breaks it. So I want just docs, but fine, we'll grab one of the Veronis. Let's see there. I want a list of commands. I want a list of commands. So, not useful. We kind of had the same problem with Bloody AD, actually. General modules. Here. So, it's modules. This is a nice list, I like it. Let's put it in the notes. Nice list of the modules. There. Kind of hinting there's other stuff too, but it's just general. That was nothing. At the time of writing 2021, although the modules are documented in the near future, this part will feature. Yeah, I think the person who wrote this is busy. Busy. So this might also just be an exported. Looks just like my notes. The side, you know. Gitbox. Microsoft Crypto Magic World. Data Protection Program Interface Module. I kind of want sufficient docs. It's so big. I can't see more than like 3-4 things. What happened? Why is it totally different in like seconds here? Yeah, I know the image is just gone because of the color, but still looks off. We could always try like making a question. What are the Mimi cats? What are Mimi cats most common commands? So we don't get one of the AI thingies. That's what I tried to make it do. Let's do that instead. It's too hard. Mimi cats commands. Nothing more. I already tried that, right? So something more common. For some reason, blueberry pie hopped into my brain because we just ate another blueberry pie. So now it at least hopped up a little emoji thingy. Oh, and I misspelled it. And let's see if this. Let's add the recipe. That was probably also no good then. So what did we do before? I just have boring questions here. Report inappropriate predictions. Is that what this is? Oh, delete. Look, I don't think I did this one. The others are just my searches. Oh, this is the question we had, so it's one of my searches, yes. So one of the questions didn't have the right format. Yeah, I kinda don't like it. I want the other stuff too. It felt odd, empty, extremely zoomed in. This is 124%. So last update 5 years ago. Secure LSA logon passwords. Yeah, we want that one. Let's copy that bit and put in our Mimikatz. Alright, right. Here's a golden command. It was just a different order of things. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I didn't put it in the tickets, because it was gonna like think stuff. To get the Kerberos TC sync. And there I added the other one. So this doesn't belong there, it belongs here. Or at the PS prompt. Command here. And then we can skip these and ignore those because we just need the commands like we have here, right? So logon passwords. Do we require a explanation? I don't think so. Extract plain text password. Mimikatz can perform pass the hash, pass a ticket, and build golden tickets. But that's not all. Crypto terminal server events, lots of information in the GitHub wiki, which we already were at. No, we're not. Or on blog, French. Oh, okay. I'm good with one. French. Log, privilege debug. Secure LSA. Tickets export. PTH, user administered domain, WinXP, NTLM, run CMD, Kerberos. Yeah. Kerberos list export. Yeah. Certificates. Am I drooling? Yes, I've done random stuff, but I've never read the docs. Never. I think. And then we get to, well, no, those purple links, and like, oopsie. Yeah. Um, yeah, build we don't care about because we have it. We didn't think about removing this one at least. Mimikatz needs copy to be developed. And this is sync and this is shadow. This is shadow. That might have worked on the other machine. Or is it not what I think? Yeah, so docs. 132, Debian. Let's check out the releases too. Oh, well. So first of all, let's put less. Of course, the first thing we do is put the URLs for the code, which I think we're finished with, and for the wiki, and license modules, which we might not need anymore because we have the docs. And a tool made to learn C. Yeah, cool. And some experiments with Windows security. It's well known to extract plain text, and I kind of want the code already. I want to read it now. So, what's really the difference? x64 is common bits, is it? Win32? Okay, so there's no code. But they said build and stuff, docs. Source. Format. Quit. Okay. I was curious about a few things. I wanted to check the code, but then we can't. Maybe I'll just look later when we're not doing anything else. It's well known to extract, and then we have a link to a module. How to module parcel hash, parcel ticket, golden tickets. So let's hop to the golden tickets bit. Kerberos. And at the top then, I guess, since Uh, Administrateur. I guess that's a French name. So, Willy Wonka's choice. This command could Kerberos TTS will arbitrary data for any user you want in groups you want, e.g. domain administrator. Yeah, so we didn't do any groups. The default is key depends on ticket for golden. They are from KRBTT, from computer account or service account, for silver. All of that from entity as did. Alcedum DT sync, Alcedum Alcedum inject, Alcedum Delta patch. Patch, you must choose one. Target and service. Default is 10 years, but 2014. You could change it because you can detect the life of tickets too, right? Start, offset, end. How long the ticket is. Renew max. Kerberos Golden Utilisator domain chocolate local. And consider end. And Kerberos TDT ID. So we still use the hash of Kerberos TDT and just the state of the domain. Groups 513 ID 1107 utilisator. Yeah, so and here's a golden one. But that's also golden. Yeah. So where's the silver then? PTT at once. So successfully submitted for current session. It's a PTT. So English link for tickets. TDT. So it gets information about the current ticket. So could we have used that to list before? List and export. List. Purge all tickets. So we can only what we want. So the question is how long I should be going for. So I like someone saying, sorry guys, you don't get it. Yeah, that's nice. So this document discusses abusing Microsoft authentication, provides overview of Kerberos authentication works. I'm looking at the download button. This is the Blackett 2014 he was talking about, I guess. Demonstrate these techniques using Mimikatz to dump keys and authenticate with capture keys. Like that. PPTX, definitely nothing Microsoft. Please sign up. No, I'm not gonna. I'd rather not. So it closed the whole thing. So, slide share. So nice. We can see here 2019. We have another one. Kerberos thing. That's a recommended. Download free for 30 days. Then it costs money. Credential dumping in Windows. Oh. This is a nice site. Red team methodology. Bypass AV. We are fantastic red team attacks. I mean, well, again, happens too much. So, failed to load ad. I was like, why is there such distance there? I don't know. Who might skip? Can I copy stuff? No. Still pausing the hash. So this is not changed for a bit, but it's still up. The background is a little bit annoying, right? Yeah. No, Microsoft hasn't fixed silver. It's covered in many things. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not gonna spend more time there. Let's continue. This one we've already been at. Yeah, author of Mimikatz. So let's zoom in a bit. No, they don't grow more. They shrink from there. Yeah, I think this is good. So I'm just gonna check if I can get rid of these. So normal, LM, anti-LM, plus the hash, just the hash. Or maybe you don't want to leave anti-LM off, but print in the event log. Administrator. Srec, srep, tdsrec, tdsrep, usage. I like this. Let's put it in the. Mm, I'm not gonna read all of it. Yeah, something else said overpass hash. I'm like, overpass? Pass the key. No domain sold. Sorry, Microsoft. Read it. Sorry, Microsoft, we don't get it, but your RFC? Yes. Uh, so if I didn't have tiny kids at this time, I would have been reading this maybe. So, is there like a can I download this? No, thought so. Worst case, we do funny stuff like that. And no windows. That's not what I asked you to do. I was just moving my window. I did not want you to do messy things. So I guess I pull the edges to make it into the spot I want, because it'll misunderstand easily. So oh, so yesterday I thought it was my hard drive that was doing do, but I realized it was my air cleaner now. It was starting to go so possibly a fan doing something funny. But I moved it and then it stopped, so I'll change the mode to, but I don't think that was it. I think it was stopped before. From my directory offline, just entity. That's dead, yeah. Uh, so I'm reading 11 years old stuff, but why not? And I thought the box is old, which is from 2020. Privilege debug. Administrator. Yeah, and here are the Kerberos NUR keys. AS. Yes, I've seen this when you do DC domes, right? So, but I've never thought about exactly what they are, more than that I didn't know. So another case too, we can trick the site by using 3 screens. We can't download it, but we can see the text without having to mess with the site or put any time into this. E keys. So what was the last one? It was the one we did. LSA dump LSA. So I recognize the output there. And this was from Active Directory Online. So LSA dump LSA goes to Active Directory, and secure LSA is also memory on a client. So the main shock. Yeah, that's what that one might have meant to be called. Shock, like in the name. So new passage for Kerberos. Yeah, so I did save it, right? So I'm going to actually make it tinier again and not read it all because it's old, it's ancient, but not. It's more ancient than the other stuff. And same site, so it got the size from that one. 200%. So date 2019. So just 6 years. Yeah, I'm not gonna read all of it. Uh, so I might have been here before. Education, this is Swedish. No, I liked what I saw before more. Business, healthcare, internet, engineering, environment. So, the first document had cooler things on the side, maybe. I kind of want to open several in there, so I shouldn't have closed it. Um, we can just search too for like red team and stuff. And we can have a date. So I'm not scrolling there, I'm scrolling on the side. So what is at the bottom? There. Cloud security. So red team, bypass AVDR. Red team, Yeah, so there's a lot of stuff here. GPO. Um, I wanna like put this in my hack here. I'm gonna like look at that more. Maybe we should also put it in read, just stuff that I can read when I wanna read stuff. Yeah. Let's scroll down a bit. Let's look at the middle of it. Yeah. So it's kind of nice to look through people's stuff, you know, like this. I like a year and stuff. So DerbyCon. So I'm just gonna pull these to be. The other one was for the site itself. I've been here before. I'm quite sure. So mhm. What? Similar list of mine, but I don't have the username. Uh, I think that I will do a TTS of this and go and see if my kid is sleeping in his bed. Just want to make sure. So I'm gonna mute and
Mimikatz, Golden Ticket. Introduction. We have a new feature again in Mimikatz called Golden Ticket provided by Benjamin Delpy aka Jati Kiwi. With this technique, we can basically access any resource in the domain. Here is a list of what you need to make it work. KRBTGT users NTLM hash, e.g. from a previous ntts.dit dump. Domain name. Domain SID. Username that we'd like to impersonate. As you can see, exploiting this architectural flaw is not trivial, because we need the NTLM hash of the KRBTGT user and that requires hacking a domain controller first. But once that is done we can play with it for some time, because the hash of the KRBTGT user will not change for a while. As you know, Mimikatz can dump and replay the existing tickets on Windows, so when we got access to a server or workstation and dump the tickets we can easily replay those on another computer and get access to the same resource. See Google for more info. Attack. When we have everything from the list above, we can create a new TGT ticket with Mimikatz and grant access to anything in the domain. Let's see an example. First we look for a domain administrator. C:\users /evil hacker net group domain admin /domain. The request will be processed at a domain controller for domain to.domain. Group name domain admins. Comment designated administrators of the domain. Members. Dash. Administrator schema.adminjack.power. Administrator is good for us, so we create a TGT ticket with the Kerberos user's hashed password and make it look like as if administrator asked for an access to a share. Now let's get the domain SID. Easiest way to do that is just use woame/user and remove the last part of the SID, or if we have PS tools then psgetsid.exe come in handy. C:\users/evilhacker/documents/mimikatz psgetsid.exe ctu.domain. psgetsid v1.44 translates SIDs to names and vice versa. Copyright C 1999 to 2008 Mark Rusinovich. Sysinternals www.sysinternals.com. SID for ctu.domain/ctu.domain. S1-1-12-123456789-123456789-0-123456789. Now we have everything to start the attack. First we list the existing Kerberos tickets, if there is any we can those with the purge command, but it is not necessary, and then we can create the golden ticket and pass that. C:\users/evilhacker/documents/mimikatz mimikatz.exe. ####. Mimikatz 2.0 Alpha, x86, release Kiwi NC, January 21, 2014, 15:06 and 17 seconds. ###carrot ###// ###// Benjamin Delpy Gentilkiwi, benjamin@gentilkiwi.com. ###v ###http URL. oe.io. ###with 14 modules ****/ Mimikatz #Kerberos list. 000, 17. Start /n max renew, January 24, 2014, 12:46 and 49 seconds p.m., January 24, 2014, 9:23 and 28 seconds p.m., January 31, 2014. 11:23 and 28 seconds a.m. Server name, krbtgt/ctu.domain at ctu.domain. Client name, evilhacker@ctu.domain. Flag 60 pre_authent, renewable, forwardable. Mimikatz #Kerberos purge. Tick.
I just said I don't think we have anything new here. Let's just see. Let's go to the admins. psget sid. Yeah, I heard sysinternals. The purge, golden administrator. Domain said the KBTT ticket, and just the file name. Funnel ticket file, PDT, pass ticket, TGT. Oh, sorry. New connection will be remembered. Net use I to C call. Nice. So, I think we're like, I guess we put this one in the notes for tickets, which is still on my other screen. And this is a real messy note right now. And I think let's check the time on the machine, and let's like finish the TryHackMe room. We don't have to fix the notes before we're finished with the room, right? So it doesn't time out again. My timing is sometimes kind of funny. Just past where we could do it. Yeah, nice to have a select text there. So we did this. We didn't do this. Misc CMD will open a new elevated. Yeah, that's in my notes already. Access machines you want. What you can access will depend on privileges of the user that you decide to take a ticket from. However, if you took the ticket from KRBTDT, you have access to the entire network, hence the name Golden Ticket. However, silver tickets only have access to those that the user has access to. If it's a domain admin, it can almost access the entire network. However, it's slightly less elevated from a golden ticket. Meaning the commands differ because imagine a silver ticket with another domain administrator than the administrator, because we made a golden with administrator, right? With 500 administrator. So I'm totally not entirely sure about the silver ticket still. I did actually have videos up, and then I put them in Watcher because we're cleaning out. So we have lots of gold and silver. I just opened several tabs from a YouTube search. I'm not gonna watch that now, but it's gonna be hard to just clean out all that because I'm not gonna watch them all. The stack will not work without other machines in the main. Yeah, I guess we have to get that. Let's get the administrator hash from not that far away, because it was still up. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so this is the non-working stuff sometimes, and that's why we have this up. Let's see if this looks the same for them as for us. They had CD. This is this other one. Yeah, this is definitely not on our machine. But it is lots of time since this one. Oh gosh. Yeah, I actually gave it KRBTDTs. Let's just do a dome. They don't really care to, because I know how to do it. So let's just paste these because I don't feel a requirement to repeat this stuff. I pasted it in the wrong place. So no. Kerberos backdoors with the Mimikatz. Along with maintaining access using golden and silver tickets, Mimikatz has one other trick up his sleeves when it comes to attacking Kerberos. Unlike the golden and silver tickets, attack Kerberos backdoor is much more subtle because it acts similar to a rootkit by implanting itself into the memory of the domain first, allowing itself access to any of the machines with a master password. The Kerberos backdoor works by implanting a skeleton key that abuses. That's the material I was looking for. Skeleton key. And finally, I have the explanation. Great. So, skeleton key. I guess we put it in here. So, we have silver and golden tickets, and then we have skeleton keys, right? So, totally new section. What's this thing? Abuses the way. Password Mimikatz. This will only be an overview section that will not require you to do anything on the machine. Yeah. So let's do that too. Default hash is, which makes a password Mimikatz. There. Squinting works by using ASREIC encrypted timestamps as said above. The timestamp is encrypted with the user's anti-hash. The domain controller then tries to decrypt the timestamp with the user's anti-hash. Once the skeleton key is implanted, the domain controller tries to decrypt the timestamp using both the user anti-hash and the skeleton anti-hash, allowing you to access the domain first. So let's make quotes. The other one too, even if it's not exactly. Preparing Mimikatz. Installing MISC skeleton. Default credentials. Command. For installing the skeleton key vector. There was another click from the keyboard. Meaning it's getting better, but it's still some stuff in there. Use command. Yeah. We'll share. Yeah, we don't need to do that, that's obvious. We don't need to edit the notes, in other words. We've gone through everything from each enumeration of Kerberos, jumping, tickets, deposit, ticket, tax, Kerberos, and processing, and when he's using golden sub tickets. I encourage you to go out and do some research on different types of attacks and really find what makes a tick and find the multitude of different tools and frameworks out there designed for taking Kerberos, as well as Active Directory as a whole. You should now have basic knowledge, go into engagement, and be able to use Kerberos as an attack vector for both exploitation as well as privilege escalation. Now that you have knowledge needed to attack Kerberos, I encourage you to configure your own Active Directory lab on your network and try and mine this down. And try out these attacks to really get an understanding of how the attacks work. Yeah, so we'll see if I get the time during the weekend to see if I can fix my Proxmox server. I really don't care about the 80 because I set up the scripts that are in my notes that we can just run again. But I have files on the Kali VM that I would like to get to. Otherwise it would be, well, it would be nice to have a working computer too, right? But data is data. Data is data. So now we're in the next section.